Right, that was embarrassing. Uh, anyway, welcome one and all to the Europe version 5.4 majors. I am Summation, and with me is the Void of Space. We are currently waiting for the first match, and before we continue on, let us talk about the format of the 5.4 majors. This will be the season finale for Europe, and it will be best of 3 single elimination. The prize for the first place will be 1800 PETA coins, and the second place will receive 1000 PETA coins, and third and fourth place will each receive 500 PETA coins each. PETA coins can be used in our server to receive rewards such as Blessings of the Wilkin Moon and Genesis Crystals, as well as equivalents in other Hoyoverse franchise games. Right. Now, we will go on and talk about our first match. The first player will be this person. You don't have to challenge me. I challenge myself to bring my cooking to the pro gaming tops. Indeed, this person's deck list appear to be really creative decks consisting of Chi-Chi, Oceanid, Xiangling, creating the Summons one-turn kill deck. Furina, Dori, Nahida creating some sort of Hyper Bloom deck that Dori in Hyper Bloom is a rare sight. Not to mention, Dori herself is a pretty rare sight in the present meta. We'll see how that works out. And lastly, Yae Baiju and Eremite Floral Ring Dancer. Baiju and Ring Dancer are relatively hard finds in this environment. We'll see how that works out. And next, we have Silky, Seed 7. May the heart of the cards be with you, Silky. Your decks consisted of Furina, Yae, Nahida, creating the usual Nahida Electrocharge deck as opposed to the Dori version. Xinyan Cryocube and Thunder Manifestation. This appears to be a formula for the Xinyan Beatstick. And the last deck is Millennial Pearl Seahorse, Yunjin and Zhongli, creating a double Geo formation. Interesting. We'll have to see how that works out. Right, and now it appears that our observer is in position. Right, and we are now waiting for the match to begin. Right, to elaborate on the format a little more, this game's format is 3 decks ban 1, and as a result, the players will each start and as a simultaneous ban. Each player will select one deck of their opponents to replicate and match into in the first game, and whatever deck they pick, the opponent cannot play it for the rest of the match. As you can see, each opponent has brought 3 decks each, which means they can only play 2 decks. Once the player wins with one deck, they cannot use it again, so they must win with both decks to win the duel. Right, and the bans are in. It appears Silky's Xinyan Beatstick has been sealed away, as well as 238's Dori, Nahida, Furina. That is certainly interesting. With Xinyan gone, one of the more annoying parts of the meta has been taken away, and as a result, we will be likely seeing some interesting games today. Yes, and the players are now in position. Let the first match begin. Oh, this is so exciting. Let's see, with Xinyan gone and with Furina gone, 238 will have left Chi-Chi Shengling Rodia for the summons and Yae Baiju Ring Dancer for Quicken, while Silky will have Furina Miko Nahida as well as Seahorse Zhongli Yunjin. Honestly, the ones I'm most worried about here is Seahorse Zhongli Yunjin because of the fact that I cannot actually see how they will win. Let's see here. Perhaps it's some sort of Yunjin solo carry with the Primordial Jadewing Spear again, like we used to see with some Yunjin Wendy formations. While 238 has brought Shishi Rodea Xiangling, which is heavy on summons and does guarantee one character will be defeated during some in-phase or another. But the problem is that it's so hard to set up, and oh, here it is. It looks like both players are going to bring out their weakest decks apparently first. Right, and the game has begun. And yep, just as I thought, it is a variation of Primordial Jadewing Spear Yunjin. Right, and we'll see Chi-Chi, Rodea, and Xiangling go first. Chi-Chi, Rodea, Xiangling, I believe their first turn would be something of Rodea's elemental skill for 5 cost, and then ramp 5 pass or some sort. Nope, instead plays the Timaeus and then likely going into Chi-Chi elemental skill and Liben pass or Liyue resonance pass, either or. Meanwhile, Silky with 3 Electro, likely aiming for the elemental skill of the Seahorse. Seahorse's barrier does not take usages away when taking damage from summons, which could work to least to Silky's advantage. Oh, start by ramping and pass. Right, the ball is now in Silky's hand to do as they please. Starts with playing Dunya Sword into Wagner. Next round, the Wagner will take to 3, meaning that Silky can equip one of the spears for free. Right. After that comes Countdown to the Show 3, draws into the Yunjin talent. Right, and also a Liben pass, plays changing shifts ahead of time to reduce down to hand size at the start of the next round. This is going to be interesting. Oh, but the effect of the Seahorse lets Silky draw 1 more card. This means that at the start of the next turn, Silky will burn 1 card. We head into round 2 with uncertain odds. All the pieces are in Silky's hand, but if a key card is removed from the overdraw, that could be devastating. Silky decides to keep the 5 Rainbow and 3 Geo. The card being destroyed is, oh, that's the Gladiator Triumphus. That is going to be rather rough. 238 finally starting to play after the full ramp last round, goes out with the GG summon, likely going into the Oceanid 5 cost and then Xiangling elemental skill for the short kill this round. This means that Silky cannot end the turn on Yunjin. That being said, I do not doubt that Silky has some sort of plan against this. After all, that is a lot of dice that is being in play. Right. And the switch. Silky still has 12 dice. The switch was due to changing shifts costing 0, and now Yunjin can then start setting up. Yunjin requires 9 dice to finally get to burst, which means decides to play the Primordial Jadewing Spirit early because every single skill results in +1 damage from the spear. Right. Yunjin's scary thing is that even during her setup turns, she can be absolutely terrifying to deal with. That is 5 damage to the Oceanid. If they do not swap off right now, they could be in big trouble. Oceanid summons once more, and now all that's left is to switch to Xiangling and place the final summon down, and then the game can finally begin. Silky playing Woven, raising the dice count up. Ooh, going for the Gambler's Earring straight away. I see. Silky plans to absolutely defeat Xiangling before so that the dice goes up to 5 after the Gamblers gives back to Omni. After that, it's going to be a massacre. Decides to tune one here because of the cloud formations effect, which is that your normal attacks become much stronger when you have 2 or less cards in hand. Decides to go for the normal attack right now, so that after equipping the talent, Yunjin will have full stacks of Flying Cloud Flag formation. Here decides to equip the talent and Elemental Burst for 6 damage. It looks like Chi-Chi is also down. And now Gambler's Earrings also give back 4. Oh? Is this? And Yunjin Burst finishes off the game. And that is game 1 for 238 versus Silky Love. That is absolutely way too quick. I cannot believe this. The power of Yunjin is quite aggressive, even in this day and age. Whew. What a game. Well, what do you think, the Void of Space? That was certainly an exciting match, wasn't it? Dear me. Right, and with Zhongli Yunjin Millennial Pearl Seahorse taking the first game, Silky cannot play it again for the second match. It is now 1-0 with Silky being one match off of taking this home and moving to the semifinals. Right, and We'll have to see how that Oceanid Xiangling deck performs again, because matching up against the Seahorse, which can negate the summon damage, as well as Yunjin, which frankly destroys the entire opposing team way too fast. It is certainly something indeed. We'll have to see if that deck fares better against 49 Electro Shards. And the second match is ready. We'll now be heading into the second match. 49 Electro Charge versus Shishi Rodia Xiangling. Right, the starting hand for Silky decides to replace only the Furina talent. Maybe it's not needed in this matchup. Let's see. 238 begins again. It is likely that the game plan for this time will be the same as the last. That is to full ramp round 1 and then go into the Chi-Chi, Rodia, and Xiangling summons. But we'll have to see if the cards favor that playstyle right now. I see Golden Troop, I see Lyria Resonance, and I see Day of Resistance. Decides to Chi-Chi summon ahead of time because you cannot float 6 here. You have to spend 3 dice or you lose one of them. And losing dice is crucial in the summon matchup. Right, equips the Golden Troop thanks to Timaeus' effect, and Lyria Rest passes. Silky now has 5 dice to play with. Switches to Yae Miko. Is this going to be a summon? Yes, it is going to be a summon. And down comes Sessho Sakura. Decides to quick knit to make Sessho Sakura 4 usages immediately. This way, that is a double Electro Charge onto Chi-Chi. Nahida takes 1 damage from Furina's piercing effect, but Chi-Chi is now down to 4. Normally this doesn't matter because... well, I'm not sure actually. Does that deck keep Chi-Chi alive? It probably should, right? She's the only one who deals damage. Which would mean that this is actually kinda not that great. Right, 238 switches to Oceanid to continue the game plan. Silky doesn't appear to get the dice that he wanted, so decides to go for a toss-up. And now summons with Yae again. Due to this, the Sessho Sakura now deals 2 electro damage for each trigger. It is actually this buff that made Yae rose 77 ranks and have become the top dog in the character card rating form in our Genius Invocation TCG subreddit. And now we're going to get to see how absolutely terrifying that power is firsthand. Right, the setup for both sides are now ready, and 238 must now act to make sure that the final character lineup goes well with what he desires. That being said, that does seem to be a tough order considering that all of the characters on 238's side are very low and susceptible to electrocharged. Here, Nahida will become defeated, but we'll see if that actually matters in the end. Because with the characters at 134, this means that 238 is now like barely holding it, and it is likely that Furina and Yae can finish off the job with some regular skills and might not need to even use the summons and wait for the end phase. Silky is now considering whether to switch to Furina or switch to Yae. Decides to switch to Yae. Maybe to do some idea like Yae Burst, or because Yae's only move here is either Burst or normal attack. I think normal attack can work so that you can secure the win by Yae Elemental bursting after that. Yes, let's see. If normal attack here, then GG falls. Oh, the first win. So you do not wait for next turn, you just do it right now. 238 switches to Xiangling, but it is futile because Yae's Elemental Burst deals 4 damage, destroys the Sessho Sakura, and at the start of Silky's next turn, 3 electro damage will be dealt as follow-up. And it is unfortunate, but Rodea is now out of moves. But the Lotus Flower Crest comes in and saves the day. And draws into a Star Signs. Instead uses I Haven't Lost Yet and Elemental Burst, dealing 9 damage onto Yae. Yae's follow-up now deals 1 damage through Lotus and another 1 piercing. I Haven't Lost Yet from Silky's side, and Furina normal attacks for game. And that's it for 238 versus Silky. Wonderful matches, both of you. And 238. Despite your claims of bringing cooked decks to fame, I am afraid that what you have cooked might have gotten a little cold. It is unfortunate, but GG Rodea Xiangling has been a deck that has gotten out of favor a long time ago, and from what we can see here, it still poses no match even against the also relatively old Yunjin Primordial Jadewing Spear deck. Well, that would mean that Silky moves on to the next round. What do you think about this, the Void of Space? I see. That is certainly extremely insightful. You are correct. I would never have considered that angle. Right. And so, aggro being aggro, this might have been the fastest best of 3 match in the history of majors. Like, goddamn, I have nothing to add there. And what am I supposed to do with the schedule from now on? Like, jeez. Anyways, while the contestants finish their cleanup and results submissions, let us take a look at the contestants and the brackets. And yep, right, I need to refresh this. And as you can see, we have these 8 wonderful people here with us to battle for the title of the champion of EU. Um, what we have seen was 238 versus Silky, and meanwhile in the other 3 matches we have Edrithil versus Dividia, Actual Cube versus Unluck, and Max versus Riku. And let's see, I should have their player cards up in display right about now, I suppose. Right, let me grab some of them. Right, let us talk about Actual Cube. His favorite cards seem to be Make Money and Navia's Talent. And it seems that Cube is hungry for roasted crab tonight. And of course, pay no attention to my mistakes, only my triumphs. What a wonderful catchphrase, my friend. Your deck lists consist of Yae, Guardian of Apip's Oasis, and Consecrated Flying Serpent. Your second deck is Mona Navia Lord, and your third deck is Thomas Sinoan Crab. And meanwhile, the opponent you face is Unluck, whose luck they believe isn't a result of pure coincidence. It's an underlying element of the field that reaches only those who move by their will. If you can't understand that, you've got no right to live in a competitive world. Speaking words right here, my friend. Words that may be true or may be untrue. Believers will say that I lack faith, but I do believe that luck is sometimes carved into the fabric of the universe itself. Their favorite cards are Kazuha and All Devouring Narwhal, and their decklists consist of Thomas and the Crab, Mirror Maiden, Sayu Chongyun, and another variant of Xinyan Beatstick featuring Yae and La Signora. Let's see if we have to compare the two of these. I wonder if I can see what they've banned. Okay, so Cube banned Unlock's Xinyan Beatstick, while Unlock banned Cube's Crab. So that would be Mona Navia and Apep versus Crab and Mirror Maiden. While we wait for their matches to finish, I must theorize that I have no idea how to theorize when there's nothing actually happening on screen. Goddamn. Right. I mean, I will now take the covers option out and go onto a break. Gee. Maybe I should have chosen more stally decks to work with. Maybe someone with a crab. Regardless, we will reconvene when all players have finished their matches. Adios.
ลมเย็นคลื่นนุ่มมิกซ์พร้อมไหม
Gee, this is taking a while. So meanwhile, let us talk about something cooler, uh, such as yes. What did I eat? Today? Well, that's a tough question because, to be frank, my stuff can get interesting sometimes. So, what I eat for my breakfast, I eat nothing for breakfast. Thank you for asking. Huh, boring answer, isn't it? I know, right? The void of space. And that's why I'm going to reveal more facts about myself. Indeed, during noon, I have taken porridge. Now, you might ask, wait, but porridge is supposed to be on for breakfast. Yeah, but the problem with that is I eat porridge at 2 p.m. There's no way 2 p.m. is considered breakfast. Therefore, porridge should actually be noon. And then at 2:15, I also ate some grapes. Look, I'm running out of content to do, okay? Shut up. Anyway, for dinner, I ate KFC that I took home. And I left there in the open air for 2 hours. When I bit into it, it was so cold and mushy, but it was still enjoyable. Thank you for coming to today's summation talk. We'll see you later. Right. That aside, let's see. Yes, we will be joining an ongoing match between two very special people. Let us see. The first player is Ebrithil, who has no limitations whatsoever. Terrifying indeed. The deck list consists of Thomas and the Crab, Mirror Maiden Sayu Chongyun, and a very special pick for this contestant, which is Clorand, Layla, and Hydro Herald. That deck is certainly very interesting. It is probably something of the likes of Layla's elemental skill into Herald, into Corlin to finish the job. And the other player is Dividya, who hasn't practiced at all and hopefully won't get crushed in the process. Their decklist consists of Thomas and Crab, Guardian of Apep's Oasis, and Bennett Cube, a specialty, and seems to be the flagship deck of the three, considering every other deck has been duplicates of someone else. Right. And now we'll be going to the match. Right. Time to change some names. Everything versus Dividia. This is game 2. Game 1 has ended with Dividia's Guardian of Apep's Oasis taking away against Mirror Maiden Sayu Chongyun. Their bans were Dividia banning Ebrithil's Cloran Layla Herald and Ebrithil banning Dividia's Bennett Cube. So now they will playing with boring meta decks. Unfortunate. Right, as the battle has begun, let us do a little change of jukeboxes. Right, everything begins and immediately began with the countdown to the show. Right, and coming up will likely be Mirror Maiden's elemental skill to force Dividia to take that character switch tax. Mirror Maiden's effect makes it so that when you swap away from a character that was attacked by her elemental skill, you need to pay 1 extra dice. This has been a very strong ability and has caused Mirror Maiden Sayu Chongyun to rise up in the meta. Meanwhile, Thomas Sino Crab is also no slouch either. This is because Crab and Sino has been really strong contenders and has been meta stable since like 4.8. They have not received much significant nerfs since then, especially Sino, who's still as strong today as when he was at 4.8. Seriously, someone should get that guy in check. Still, the somewhat small but noticeable nerfs to Crab has resulted in much more Crab loss rates than ever recorded before. So, and Sayu, being an absolute god at wielding Wolf's Gravestone, is very strong into Crab. So we'll have to see if Crab can endure against Sayu's relentless onslaught. Right, once again, this is an ongoing match. It is game 2. During game 1, Dividia has already won, using Guardian of Apep's Oasis against Ebrithil's exact deck being used right now. Which means that the next 2 games, Dividia is forced to pay Crab. Right, Ebrithil performing full ramp and then ending the round, and Dividia is now having to decide what to do with the 2 Pyro and 3 Rainbow. Double Dawn Winery. Ooh. That means the swap stall is gonna come into play real hard. But swap stall doesn't matter when you're about to be defeated. So we'll have to see if Sayu can take advantage of the swap stalling. Speaking of swap stalling, there's a certain card I feel which will come out next patch and will likely benefit from swap stalling. I wonder if the Wave Rider will see play. It's just that the fact that it's 5 aligned, which is... If it was 5 unaligned, I would probably see it being played when your dice is really bad. But with 5 aligned, you kinda have to be a god to even be able to equip it in the first place. So in the end, it might not be such a good investment after all. We'll have to see. After all, anything can happen, and just like with that Chi-Chi Xiangling Rodea deck earlier, maybe someone will bring it to the next majors. Who knows? Right. It is second round, and using both non-binaries, Dividia has managed to swap away from the crab for free without having to pay the Mirror Maiden's tax. That being said, losing 2 swap stall opportunities is quite a shame. Wait, I see. The 2 non-binaries is actually specifically to deal with Mirror Maiden's taxes. It is just unfortunate that Mirror Maiden can just reapply the tax whenever by just redoing their elemental skill again. Is Dividia thinking about it? There's 1 Hydro and 3 Omni. Elemental skill again is certainly a possibility. Tunes away the countdown. Oh, I was looking at the dice for the wrong side. Whoops. Everything tuning 1 to perform the elemental skill. Likely thinking hard because it can be hard to decide which card to tune and whether the elemental skill is even worth it in the end. Right, Thoma elemental skills and the shield breaks to craft passive. The Emperor of Fire and Iron takes away the shields of allies and itself to reform its shell, and it will deal greater damage according to the number of stacks it has. In the old days, you can see particularly toxic players building crap up to 40 stacks before finishing off the opponent, but that is not an option with Sayu, who can shred off dozens of HP in a single round. Speaking of Sayu, here she comes. And it is unfortunate that she is unable to do much due to everything only having 1 dice remaining. Dividia having 5 dice remaining, but not enough for Thomas' elemental skill. We'll have to either tune 1 or use their dice somewhere else. The cards in hand consists of Pyro Resonance, some food, some variant of Tenacity of the Millilith, and likely Leave It to Me. Or Changing Ships, one of it. I cannot tell. Anyway, after the switch from Sino, the switch is likely to prevent Thoma from entering Sayu's Wolf's Greystone chest hold, as well as prevent some swirls from happening. That being said, this is only a temporary measure. Your HP will drop below 6 soon enough. And there it is. That being said, Abigail is out of action for the round. We'll have to see what Dividia decides for now. Yep, and round go to next round. And we'll see about what happens, because honestly, the thing with Crab is that you can see Crab utterly losing and then suddenly, whoops, Crab appears to be winning again. It's just the thing with Crab. He's so stally that when you think you're going to win and you just cannot claim the win, and lose all your steam, and that's all she wrote. Everything's thinking really hard, running down the timer. Plays the arcane. But for what reason? Large songs up. The large songs up an artifact. Plays arcane legend. Running down the timer again. Possibly thinking of something along the lines of gilded onto one of the other characters. Nope. Gilded onto Sayu. I wonder what is the meaning of this. That is 2 animal. 2 animal is 2 animal, but with 2 animal you do not have enough for Sayu's elemental skill. So what next, my friend? Perhaps that was a... Oh. So the 2 dice was actually to get 1 dice to switch to Chongyun, place a Dunya Sword, and then pass around. That is certainly interesting. And it seems that that will come in handy because now Dunya Sword will help reduce the cost of the Team AS in hand. Not so great dice. Everything will have to hope on the reroll for this one. The hope and prayers are not responded upon by RNGesus. That is unfortunate. And Dividia now plays. Sino is at 3 stacks, and with 1 more elemental skill, Sino will be at 4 stacks, meaning that Sino can start railing on the opposition. Dividia decides to switch to the Emperor of Fire and Iron. Huh, interesting. Is Dividia intentionally luring an elemental skill from Chongyun? Or perhaps trying to obtain a swap solve from Epithel to reduce Epithel's resources? After all, it's Dividia who has the free switches, 4 of them in fact. So Dividia can decide to swap stall and it will end up being in Dividia's advantage. Ebrithils is thinking because there is a lot of options here. It decides to go for Chongyun's elemental skill. Possibly running right into Dividia's trap, but we will not know yet. That 4 electro dice on Dividia's side is looking pretty sussy though. Yep, switches to Sino. It appears that the switch to Crab was actually a fate to lure out the freeze, which means that Ebrithil loses 3 cryo dice. Now Ebrithil must decide with the amount of unusable dice in the tray whether to spend cards in hand to possibly deal with this threat or let Dividia have it. That being said, Ebrithil is the one who is down the game, so if Dividia takes this, that is lights out for Ebrithil, who have to go home without a Peter Coin prize. Tunes 1, runs down the timer. We'll have to tune more to reset the timer back. We'll see what Ebrithil is thinking. Decides to normal attack due to the effect of Chungho Frostveil. This physical attack is unworthy to cryo, which is basically the same as using the skill. That is objectively correct because spending 3 cards here for the elemental skill would be too wasteful right now. This also doesn't actually reveal that Ebitu has bad dice to Dividia because it's just the right thing to do, man. But Dividia, still with 6 dice, has certain decisions to make. Whether to just continue wailing with Sino or continue swap stalling. Maybe equip Tenacity of the Millilist and swaps back to the Emperor of Fire and Iron. This time it is quite possibly to lure out the Tenacity of the Millilist dice gain from being damaged. Will Ebrithil take the gamble once more? Nope, decides to switch to Mirror Maiden, and as we all know, Mirror Maiden is not equipping any discounts, so there's no actions left for Ebrithil. Gilded and pass from Dividia, and likely another pass from Ebrithil after switching to the character that they prefer. Place a Timaeus for the gamblers. I do not think that is what Ebrithil would like right now. I see that No, I do not see it. Oh, that Gilded Dreams top deck coming right in time for the Timaeus. That is certainly a blessing for Ebrithil. God. The Natlan battle team has looped out twice, and this second match is still not over. It goes to show how absolutely unlikely the first match has been, with the Yunjin absolutely decimating the opposition on round 2, as well as the Furina Yahe Nahida Electrocharge completely decimating Rodea through the summons. Now with 4 stacks, Sino is now online and switches to Toma to once again take advantage of the Dawn Winery. Ebrithil now has more decisions to make, and honestly, Ebrithil should probably use that Sayu right about now, maybe, or perhaps Dividia is trying to get Sayu to come out with, so that with Leave It To Me, possibly, if that is Leave It To Me, Dividia might be baiting Ebrithil for Sino Smack. Or actually, no, you do not have to even do that because Pyro Resonance, then Toma's skill just absolutely clears Sayu off the board, which means that Sayu needs some protection. And if that Pyro theory is true, then even if you protect against that attack, Sayu would get overloaded onto Chongyun and would not be able to do anything of significance. It would appear that Ebrithil is kind of cooked. The option right now would be to defeat the Toma right now so that there are no threats to the Sayu and she can now spin happily. That being said, that sounds rather difficult considering Dividia has 2 Dawn Wineries in the opening hand. That is absolutely rough for Ebrithil, who cannot do anything against simple swap stalling. It's Davidia's turn to make a decision after Mirror Maiden's elemental skill. Yep, plays the Leave It To Me, switches to Sino. That is certainly a lot of damage. Cosmic Soulfarer for exact 8 damage. And Sino comes out. That is absolutely terrifying. Mirror Maiden is defeated. Out comes Sayu, which is likely forced because Chongyun can do nothing right now. That being said, Sayu seeing Cryo Aura on Sino is not ideal because Sayu would prefer to see Hydro Aura. She has the Cryo Infusion, so she would have been able to freeze Hydro Aura if need be, but this Cryo Aura is not helping matters for everything. That is the third loop of the Natlan battle themes, and we are still on this page. Lyre Song! I believe Everything has not played any other cards, so that will be a -2 discount to the Gilded Dreams in hand, which means the first Timaeus will trigger. Now, the issue is, Everything might have enough dice, but do they have enough HP is the issue. Especially considering the fact that Crab can probably never be frozen now after this Sayu elemental skill. Unless Everything somehow runs Egg, which I find highly unlikely. Right, the elemental skill comes out, draws 2, obtains cards that honestly should have come way earlier. But the fast swap, that is certainly what you would like to see. Dividia switches to Crab so that Sayu can no longer swirl if Dividia swaps off to someone else. That being said, if Dividia swaps to someone else, then that character will absolutely be defeated. And both non-binaries have already been spent. This means that swap stalling does not give as much of an advantage to Dividia. That being said, the dice difference is still huge. Deals -3 damage through the Lotus. The Shongyun comes out and has -1 on the elemental skill, probably due to Golden Troops reward. I did not see what artifact is placed on there, but whatever it is, it's about to get War Princess. With War Princess and Gilded Dreams on top, that would result in 6 Cryo dice, and after that you could possibly equip Wolf's Greystone for additional damage to the Emperor of Fire and Iron, and that would mean that Chongyun is finally actually a threat. And we know that Epitome needs Chongyun to be a threat because Sayu's not making it out of this, possibly. Never mind, instead place the fast swap so that the Wolf's Greystone in hand stays hidden. And Sayu swaps in to utilize that elemental skill to her heart's content. We know that Dividia does not have any more abilities to immediately defeat the Sayu, which means that the Emperor of Fire and Iron will likely have to take this one. Fuin Dash. And the crab is out of shields. Gilded Dreams effect allows you to draw one card once you deal an elemental reaction. Oh, here comes Sino, and Sayu is defeated. But due to Boar Princess, that will result in Ebrithil obtaining another dice, which means that it is Chongyun versus Crab endgame. And with that Wolf's Greystone in hand, I believe that this might not even be a competition. Draws another copy of the Golden House. Still keeps the Wolf's Greystone in hand for a special surprise during the 1v1. Right, and the dice seems to favor the bold, as Ebrithil obtains enough dice to deal with the crab forever and ever. Now, Wolf's Gravestone into submit for judgment. Chongyun's Elemental Burst will finish out the game. GG's. That is the second match of Dividia versus Ebrithil, and it seems that result is Ebrithil takes it. So now it is 1-1, and the next match will decide matters between this duo once and for all. I'm not even gonna bother switching to myself. Right, and after that, Mirror Maiden Sayu Chongyun is out for the count. So in the end, the final battle between Dividia and Ebrithil is Ebrithil using Crab and Dividia. Wait, no. Yes, Ebrithil using Crab and Dividia also using Crab. We're going to be here a while, folks. Oh dear. Oh dear. Let's see. Ebrithil takes it, and last time Dividia takes it. So yep, 1-1. Right, while we are waiting for the players to get ready, let us go into the next talking point of summation talks. Right, about the current format, I'll be entirely honest, I have not looked at the current format in a while, so if you want to listen to some experienced opinions by highly verified veterans in TCG, please check out the Bar Table podcast that has happened earlier this afternoon in Asia time. It should be 7 hours earlier. But if you ask me, God, Sinyan's just such a brain dead deck. I have no idea how that deck got into the meta. It just doesn't fit the vibes of the format at all. I hope that gets nerfed someday. Like, Ever since Xinjiang came out, I was like, huh, this girl has a lot of value. I wonder why nobody is using her. And the reason was because Whale does things better than her, and Yunjin does things better than her. But at this point, we seem to finally realize that Xinjiang just has way too much survivability. And like, she is now a staple in the meta. Guardian of Apep's Oasis also seemed to make a comeback alongside her. And oh, we are now heading into the final match, which is a crab mirror. Can I make this a silent stream? Oh dear. Right, we are now going into round 1. I I honestly honestly need to take a break. Hey, so I'm going to ask the Void of Space to sub for me as the caster during this trying time. I must apologize, everyone, but I'll be taking a short break and I'll be coming back later. Right, thank you, the Void of Space, for subbing in for me during these trying times. I know you've been doing good, man. I would love to have you on as casters for some other games someday. Despite your first, despite this being your first time casting, you're actually doing pretty good, man. Keep it up. Right, welcome back, and we are now just ending the first round for Dividia and Epithel. Dividia seems to have opted for Dawn Winery, Lipen, and Dynasty of the Millilith, and Epithel has equipped 3 artifacts thanks to Timaeus' ability. And all 3 of them are Millilith types, with the crab having Tenacity of the Millilith and everyone else having Guardian's Ancient Home. Ooh, that would mean that Epithel is leading in the shield department. as well as the talent. Now both crabs are at 11 shield and god damn. Whew. 11 shield aside, Dividya uses elemental skill, hits into Erythil. Erythil uses elemental skill, hits into Dividya. What is this? Makukinki pasta? Emperor of Fire and Iron is now thinking Dividya, with 2 usable dice left, is contemplating whether to tune for the crab or switch to someone else, while Epithel, with 5 dice left, is going to have a tough time dealing with what to do during the next actions. This music is not making this fight justice. Let me find a better music to fit the tone. Meanwhile, Dividya tunes 2 and uses elemental skill on Crab again. It is Crab against Crab violence in this town. By the way, when Crab faces off against Crab, the amount of damage sustained does not actually change, which means that they are now just wasting dice for absolutely no reason. This is basically a mind game where you go, ha ha ha, I bet you do not have enough usable dice to use Crab skill again. Which, right now, both of them don't. Seriously, what's this match supposed to be? Like, well, I can still theorize on the future, but oh, I cannot find a suitable music for this. It is certainly unfortunate. Right, Epiteo is currently thinking, right, when the dice are equal, what happens is that the number of shields matters. So, since Epiteo has three ancient home effects in play, this means that Epiteo's crab will climb shields faster than Dividia's crab. They are now switching off of their crabs because their crabs can no longer do actions, but the crab stacking shields will still be a part of what makes this match matter, and not a round 15 match, to say the least. Right, the video switches to Toma. I did not see what happened to that Sino. Oh! Oh! Swap stalling. I see. That being... Let's see. Dividia has only 1 artifact, and Ebitio has 3 artifacts. In terms of field presence, Ebitio has better artifacts and stuff, but Dividia has more cards in hand and quite possibly has more usage for Sino in this scenario. We'll have to see how the game develops to see how the fight resolves. Right, Ebito's turn with four pyro or 2 pyro, 3 electro. It's probably another crab elemental skill again. The Ebito crab has now climbed to 21 shield. Right now, if Dividya decides to burst, the crab's shield will go up to 13, and after another hit from the crab, it will be 11 and deal 6 to the other crab's shield, which is entirely not worth it. So Dividya instead swaps to Sino for a potential Sino talent move. Evertail is once again stuck with unfavorable dice. It seems that RNGesus frowns upon this sacrilege of two crabs fighting each other on stream. Decides to normal attack into the Sino. Now we'll have to see what Dividya does with that 11 dice. It is entirely possible that Dividya would elemental skill into Ebitail's crab, forcing off into Thoma and resulting in perhaps certain other emergency measures. But instead, Dividya switches back to crab, possibly trying to get something from crab's presence, or ads. And no, I'm not going to use YouTube Premium. Still though, YouTube ads these days are certainly annoying, aren't they? Like, they come out at the most inopportune times, and whatever the heck they try to advertise, it's all just scummy nonsense anyways. Like, why? How does Hero Wars still have advertising budget? Is there so many children who's been playing Hero Wars? It's either that or it's corporate brag, I guess. But enough of that, it seems that Ebitail has run out of dice. So Dividya now has a lot of things to do. Invoker Spear, the normal attack, switches off the crab, and now Ebitail's Thoma is open to being attacked by Dividya's Sino. With 4 dice left, DVD is considering options while I go fetch my jukebox once more. Ah, of course. This song is perfect. We now enter round 4 and... Oops. It appears that Thoma has been defeated while I wasn't looking. How silly of me. Right, it is round 4's reroll and RNGesus is not preferring this match once again. Let's see if the reroll fixes the dice. Still, it appears that Everything might need time to think during the reroll section, so much so that they're running down the timer during the reroll phase. Ooh, that's passable. Right, and now Sino comes in, and with 3 stacks can elemental skill into Dividia's crab, possibly, and go up to 4 stacks. Plays the Opera Epicless. Due to having more equipment than Dividia, Epiteo gets back the dice used for the play cost immediately. Pyrores into the crab as Sino enters 4 stacks. And Dividia is switched out to Thoma. Right, it is now Thoma against Sino, and Sino is at 4 stacks, which is positively terrifying. That being said, the opponent's Sino, Dividia's Sino, is also almost at 4 stacks and can possibly attack Everything's Sino to take it out of the game. Ooh. The latter half of Dance of the Gladiators isn't too bad. Right, anyway, it's Everything's turn to act, and we'll have to see what do. Switches to crab, I see. It appears that Everything does not want to risk certain things. Maybe. Possibly. Maybe the risk is not having enough dice to fend off against Dividia's Sino once again. That being said, Dividia's crab is kinda low and Everything has 25 shields on crab. I do not think that will be a problem in the end. Dividia's crab is running dangerously close to the 7 shield barrier. Here, Dividia decides to count down into another countdown, woven, strategize, and a Pyrorus. That Pyrorus might come in handy later. Strategize draws into an egg and leave it to me. Dividia with 2 Omni Dice. No dominant charges left. Possibly we'll toss those into one arena as the round ends. That way, Dividia will actually have the turn advantage on the next round, which I think they might sorely need. Yep, Dividia decides to end the round here, tossing 2 Omni into the one arena. And Sino is finally now at 4 stacks. Right, I believe that might be enough of the nonsense, because from here on, the true game will begin. Which means I can throw this in. Right, let us see what happens next. It is now Dividia's turn to act once more, as it appears 1 dice has been depleted from the Ebritil, and 2 dice is depleted from Dividia. Is this swap stalling? Must be the calm before the storm, I say. After all, both sides are very much in killing range of each other. Ebritil quite possibly knows that there is most definitely leave it to me in Dividia's hand, which is why switching into Sino here is going to be ugly. Decides to normal attack with the crab to feign not having enough dice, perhaps. We'll have to see how it goes. I have no idea what to say at times like this. Am I right, the Void of Space? Yeah, see? You get me, man, you get me. Oh. It appears a threat has now begun to surface. Will Dividia take advantage of this 8-1 dice advantage? Or are they perhaps terrified of the possibility? Ebritil tries to seek for hope in the deck, finds nothing, decides to end the round. Here comes Sino with the steel chair. Oh no, oh no. Hits for 6 electro damage and Sino is down. And Crab is now alone in the world. We'll have to see what this lone Crab can do against 3 party members still alive at basically full HP. Everything draws in a desperation of hope once again draws into an egg. Will this egg resolve in the reversal of fate? We'll have to see. I hear triumphance in the air. Does Abigail have what it takes? Elemental Burst. That is 31 on shield. Dividia is forced to dodge out of the way. And Toma is dead. That being said, Abigail's hand doesn't look too good. It is 13 shield against 31 shield. The numbers have been reversed on each other. We'll have to see if Dividia's dice advantage and an alive Sino will be able to reset the odds.
So, you want to learn how to code? Well, check out code.
Seriously? I was on my Tchaikovsky, goddamn. Like I said, right? YouTube ads, they come in at the worst possible time. Like, oh god, that was such a killjoy. I'll give you a cookie, a virtual one, if you manage to guess which coding website that was. Nebitio has decided to end the round here, which means that Sino can now ram into the crab as much as he pleases. Wait, but look at that number of stacks. If Sino reaches 8 stacks, then Sino would be reset back down to 2 stacks. And after that, he won't be able to employ his +2 electro damage anymore. Everything begins round 7 by going first. Everything's crab is now at 20 shield after the Sino rammed into it. Oh dear. Maybe Abigail should have used Crab's elemental burst a lot more while his shields were still ahead. At this point, even if Crab goes up against Dividia's Crab, their shields are now roughly equal, which means that whoever bursts first is likely to win. And Dividia's Crab is 1 ahead of Abigail's Crab. That means this battle might be decided soon, folks. Everything is thinking this carefully. After all, this one action might perhaps decide the outcome of this tournament, and either Everything advances to the semifinals, or they go home hands empty. Tunes the dice for the timer. With 5 usable, what can you do? With Tenacity of the Millilith, that's 1 more usable. And after that, what next? Everything goes up to 26 shield. Right now, I would probably recommend to just Elemental Burst right now. Like, immediately. I do not think you have anything left to lose, so... After all, either Crab takes it, or Sino takes it. If Sino takes it, then Crab will lose because of the shield disadvantage. And if Crab takes it, Crab will go down to 4 shield, which means he can't do as much as he wants to anymore. Everything running down the timer to 4 seconds before placing down Vanarana, possibly to buy more time. There's still 20 seconds left on the clock. "15 seconds left on the clock. You have to do your dishes now. Let's see if this crab is a cooked crab or not. Is it going to be the Elemental Burst or the skill? Decides for skill. The horror. What is this supposed to mean? Dear God. Now Dividia has 10 very neatly placed dice, and Dawn Winery is still glowing, which means it is rather active. Everytail decides to end the round on 3 floating dice, leaving those extremely nicely colored dice to Dividia to exploit. I have no doubt that this will be the biggest blunder Everytail has done so far. Like, seriously, what the hell? Everytail takes damage from Dividia's Sino, who I believe is not doing the optimal damage combo. But that's fine, because really it doesn't matter right now. Everytail is now down to 9 shield. And my god. Everytail is cooked. Right, guys? Right, guys? Everytail's reroll, only 2 Omni to start with. Since only Crab is alive. Dear God. Only Crab is alive, so he needs as much Pyro as he possibly can. Ah, the cannons. A Tchaikovsky favorite. Man. I'll be honest, I've never actually listened to this entire thing. But god, that was ecstatic to hear. What's not ecstatic, however, is Evertail's constant misplays on Crab in the past few rounds, and now Evertail's Crab is being overpowered by Dividia's Crab and Sino. And I believe there's absolutely no way for Evertail to come back from this. Unless there's some fringe technique with that Tewat Friday that I'm unaware of. Dear God. As the overture is close to an end, so too does Everytill's lifeline. The timer is running out, there's 12 seconds remaining. Let's see what Everytill decides to do during this action. Elemental skill. A clownly move. Dividia decides to switch to Dividi's crab to face off against Everytill's weaker crab. And now, the survival of crabs will now commence. Oh? Okay, I had to let that finish before I have to say, what's with that Tewa fried egg into fast swap? That was like a very bad position to use that. Like, I have a feeling Everything needs some practice. I mean, the player card says so, so... That being said, even I can tell that a lot of things had gone wrong in Everytill's panic to try to match up against that Sino threat, and as a result, Everytill hasn't been paying attention to their own threats as hard. And now with the overwhelming dice advantage from Dividia and the threat of Sino, the game will slowly come to an end in due time. We will now be returning to the normal jukebox. It is now extremely late into the game, and somehow Everytill's still hanging on by a thread. Yet, that too will change in due time. Really? Okay. Everytill's crab is now at 8 shield, which means that crab likely does not have the facility to continue sustaining anymore. Everytill desperately tries to build up the crab once again, not realizing that the defensive capabilities is already lost. Dividia heals Sino back up and plays Pyro for -1 through crab's shields. That is the first time someone's actually gotten through crab's shield legitimately, and Sino's normal attack finally defeats the last member of Evertill's party, resulting in Dividia's victory. Can I just say, however, Evertill, it did not have to be that way. Let's just keep it that way. Evertill had a very strong sword, but made some critical miscalculations along the way, and as a result, has steadily lost their advantage to the more experienced and more trained Dividia's crab. As a result, the final game results in Dividia's victory. Right, and that is the quarterfinals over, We'll now be taking another look at the bracket. Right, with Divitia's victory, Divitia will be facing off against Unluck, and Max has defeated Riku and will be facing off against Silky in the semifinals. Our next match will be Silky against Max, who goes by a more different and familiar name in our community. Let us find it. Right. Max, also known as Estes. Love is destructive indeed. Estes' decklist consists of Xinyan Beatdown, Mirror Maiden SC, and Bennett Cube Ashdaha. And he faces off against Silky, who we know plays Furina Electrocharge, Xinyan Beatdown, and Yunjin Aggro. Right, and we will now be checking out the players. As is customary, once again, this is best of 3, and we are now in the semi-finals. That still means that the format's the same, which is best of 1, you bring 3 decks, ban 1. And you play with the other 2 decks. You win with both 2 decks. You proceed towards the finals. Let's consider what the 2 of them will ban. Since Silky runs Xinyan Beatdown, that might get sealed away. Or perhaps Estes notices how absolutely dangerous Yunjin can be and decides to ban that instead. That's certainly also a possibility. While Estes runs also Xinyan Beatdown, Bennett Cube, and Mirror Maiden Sayu Chongyun, maybe Bennett Cube will get banned because that's usually not a meta pick, and you might not want to deal with extraneous variables right now. Or perhaps Mirror Maiden Sayu Chongyun will get removed because it might interfere with Furina Yae Nahida. Because that deck switches a lot and will suffer a lot from Mirror Maiden's tax returns. You do not outrun the IRS, as they say. Ignore the fact that my country does not actually have an IRS. Well, it does, but it doesn't do that thing where IRS does. Anyway, I should just chalk that up to me not being knowledgeable in my tax returns. That being said, I'm a legal adult now, so I should probably learn that. Or maybe Xinyan gets banned. That's also a possibility, because honestly, Xinyan's just annoying in general. Right, anyway, the ban's been done, and both players, I did not see it, but both players banned Xinyan Beatdown. Gee, I need to be more attentive. Right, with Xinyan gone, we'll be seeing some dynamic gameplay with Mirror Maiden Sayu Chongyun and Bennett Cube against Furina Yae Nahida and Zhongli Yunjin Seahorse. Both of Silky's decks need to swap at least once, which means Mirror Maiden might be good into it, and Bennett Cube and Yunjin might be getting into something of a damage arms race. As for Yunjin against the Mirror Maiden matchup, I think Yunjin just clears, no? We'll have to see about that, because if that matchup is allowed to happen, I see Silky having an overwhelming advantage. Right, as for the first match, it is Mirror Maiden Sayu Chongyun versus Furina Yaimiko and Nahida. Quite possibly the most dynamic match of the 4 possible matchups. And we'll now be switching to the battle. It is Mirror Maiden start versus Furina start for round 1. They are both expecting 3 Hydro in their starting dice roll, and Estes gets it. Wonderful. Right. Tsuki starts first, immediately puts down the Furina summon, and SS will now have to either full ramp or place down the tax in advance, because there is a certain possibility of Silky doing the Yai elemental skill into Quick Knit High Roll, which we do see Quick Knit in Silky's hand, which means this tax is going to be absolutely essential. But oh, look at that, there's changing shifts in Silky's hand, which means that the configuration can still happen. Estes places down the Timaeus, grabs Gilded Dreams, and the tax has been deployed. However, if Silky now places changing shifts, negating the effects of the tax, and Yae is now free to do the elemental skill followed by Quick Knit. Sesho Sakura deployed, and Quick Knit for the double electro charge, places down the Timmy while Estes ramps with the Lipan. Yae takes piercing damage this time because Yae was not damaged. SS obtaining the quick swap, which will be useful for the fight when Sayu needs to come out and roll. And that dice is certainly looking good. Obtains another I haven't lost yet. And adds during the climax. Wonderful. Silky double summons for the Electro and gets doubles and sets Sekiro Sakura to 2 electro damage, while Estes places down Mirror Maiden's tax once more and prepares to quick swap. Sayu appears, places the Gilded Dreams, and is going to equip that Wolf's Gravestone for free due to the Arcane Legend and Golden House. And now Sayu is online. Now Sayu can choose to elemental skill here, which would deal great damage
พอ
upon
เช็ดสะอาดหมดจดไม่แสบตาแถมสบายผิวด้วย
Silky's team, while on the other hand, it would also leave Sayu open to being attacked by Nahida's Seeds of Skanda. Decides to go for it anyway because of the tax. Silky will be heading into Nahida with only 3 Dendrodrites, which means that the AoE's configuration for Nahida's 5 cost does not work out. The dice is simply not enough. That is unfortunate. Here comes Nahida, and is immediately placed into Post-Greystone range. All skins to know back at Sayu, and Sayu is now tagged with the mark. SS plays the Lotus and decides to go for another elemental skill. Draws the Gambler, but one skill too late, it appears. Nahida falls, and Suki is now left with only characters who will be immediately destroyed by either Sayu or the follow-up Chongyun cleanup. That being said, Suki probably has a plan to deal with that, considering the Adeptus Temptation in hand, alongside the Fresh Wind of Freedom. It is extremely possible that there is some way to come back out from this. It is now SS's turn to decide who to sacrifice. Sacrifices the Sayu. The HP restriction on Salon Solitaire still happens, but it doesn't matter because of the catalyzing field. Right, we are heading to the next round, and Suki will be starting first with a highly overactive Yae Miko. Let's see how this works out. Unfortunately, I do not think there is any way to safely get rid of that dastardly Mirror Maiden. Unfortunately, it is barely out of range of Yae's normal attack. And there's no card in hand that Sir can use to bypass it. So decide to Elemental Burst here and saves the Fresh Wind of Wisdom. Attacks, and now Chongyun's down to 4 HP. Now Silky will have to decide what to do to somehow defeat Chongyun before Chongyun defeats them. Like, if you ask me, I do not see any way whatsoever. quick swaps. Now likely going to quick swap. What? Normal attack. That's interesting. Tunes 1, Solicitation, and that's game. That's unfortunate. Chongyun is only left with 1 HP and Silky is unable to clinch it, which means game 1 goes to SS. And also, Mirror Maiden Sayu Chongyun is out of the picture. So for the next 2 games, SS can only run Bennett Cube Ashtaha. We'll have to see if Silky still goes with Fulina Electro Charge as before, or if it's deemed not worth it. Now, I have to think about the implications of that because... Right, game 2 has now begun, I believe. We'll have to see what match they are playing. Yep, Silky is still using the same deck, and SS going for Bennett Ashtaha Cube. Donovan Reen's starting hand, that seems huge, but who knows if it will matter against Bennett Cube, who... No, Bennett Cube has it, right. Reed decides to mull the entire hand and obtains Bennett's talent. That is certainly a good starting hand. Now if Silky were playing Yumkasaur right now, that would have been a shame. Fortunately, Yumkasaur has been nerfed following the introduction of Kinich, and as a result, nobody wants to take the risk to play it in such a high status competition. Right, round 1's rerolls is perfectly fine for SS because Bennett only requires 2 Pyro Dice to get burst ready. And due to the nature of Silky's deck, Bennett is not in fear of being defeated at all. Heck, he's so confident in his ability to live that SS decides to full ramp and pass. Which I believe is entirely correct because there's just no way. And if we look at Silky's dice, that is absolutely horrendous, and I have no idea what you can do from that kind of dice tray. Perhaps you have to tune the Seed Sacred and Sickler early to make way for Nina's elemental skill. Maybe place down Rana so that you have 1 more Electro dice for Yae. You can changing ships and quick knit so that the dice work out. And then you have to tune the Kukusaur. But that sounds a bit too much for me personally. Oh yes, SS has ended the round so confidently because SS is currently on Ashtaha, which is the designated damage sponge. Yep, elemental skill, tune 1. Oh, tunes the Rana, and then tunes 2 for Yae skill. Huh. certainly that is unique. Maybe Rana just wasn't that great of a choice in general and is only for emergencies or something. Either way, that is 622 towards SS's party, and that Ishtaha is looking pretty battered. Fortunately, Ishtaha is not the part that matters, it's Bennett. And Bennett, now with 10 dice this round, will possibly make it out with a burst this round. Possibly, maybe, potentially. Just needs one more discount. Out comes the Bennett. And Seisho Sakura is reapplied again, going up to 2 electro damage. Next up will likely be Nahida somehow. And we'll have to see how that works out. Will Nahida use the 5 cost by tuning everything in hand? No, I do not believe so because of Fresh Wind of Freedom. And Fresh Wind of Freedom is just too precious for Silky right now, since that's basically the only way you can cheat out actions while under fire from Estes. That being said, Nahida's 5 cost is also rather crucial because it's the Seed of Skandhas are one of the only things that are able. It's the only thing in Silky's deck as is able to shut down the Electrocube's revive. Oh, look at that! That is indeed the 5 cost. And somehow manages to also keep the Fresh Wind of Freedom as the only remaining card in hand. Anyway, as I said, Seed of Skandha, when you take elemental reaction damage, you also take piercing damage, which means the piercing damage goes through the Electrocube's revive, resulting in an absolutely devastating loss of a character. Oh, here comes in-phase damage. That is the HP threshold still applies. And SS's HP is dangerously low. That Bennett did not farm up the burst fast enough, and now it is suffering. Okay, that's an ad that I've never seen before. Damn. Bennett comes out and finally applies the talent. And now with the talent, everything SS does gets +2 damage. Let's see if that's actually enough to offset the power vacuum. Right now, what Silky really wants is to go back and do Yai Burst, potentially. Because Yai Burst, that is 4 damage, plus 5, plus 1, that's 5, and unfortunately it does not defeat Bennett if Bennett decides to go for another skill, but Silky is definitely looking for some lines where Yai's Burst defeats someone, and then after that it is time to defeat the final party member. Indeed, then Silky switches to Yae. Now SS has a decision to make, which I believe there's only one decision to make. Well, no, there's... SS can do multiple things like go to Cube, but going to Cube is very unadvised right now because of the 4 remaining playable dice. And it's a really tough position for Estes because no matter what you do, it's just rough in general. Right, the Golden Troop. Due to Golden Troop, now Rock Paper Scissors only costs 1 dice after two rounds of discounting. The problem here is due to the Lotus, Silky cannot actually pierce through that Lotus Flower Crisp, so decides to go back to Nahida. I'm not sure if this is safe or not, considering that. And now Furina comes out. Furina's Elemental Burst, we haven't seen that in a long while. I am unsure if that is actually wise or not, since... Ooh, tunes 1 for the normal attack, which due to the fanfare will allow Silky to pop the cryo cubes, pop the electro cubes arrive. That is certainly an application. And now SS will have to sacrifice a character because there's nothing else to do, and at the start of the next round, Silky will defeat the last character with a Yae attack. Decides to strategize, trying to find a way out, finds nothing, and the Electro Cube goes away. Now it's time for SS to worry. Is there any damage boosting cards in SS's hand? Because, yeah, never mind. Silky starts first and plays Fresh Wind for a BM and bursts for the game. Game 2 goes to Silky. That is certainly a match indeed. And now they are 1-1, and they'll be facing off using their final decks, which is it is Bennett Cube against Yunjin Aggro. Oh boy. Yunjin Aggro against Bennett Cube. Well, one thing's for sure is that if Estes still plays Bennett Cube slowly like he did last game, then Yunjin will just come out and sweep absolutely everyone to death. Which means that Estes will have to turbo out the Bennett really fast, and then it's a matter of the damage race between the Yunjin and the Electrocube. Right, we are now ready for the last game. It is Silky versus SS, Yunjin Aggro versus Bennett Cube, Game 3. Let's do this. Right, as I said, the Ashtaha start would not work out this time. So instead, starting with the Bennett, trying to rush burst as soon as possible, and then going to Electro Hypostasis for the kill. Meanwhile, Silky might consider some routes such as going onto Zhongli first to absorb the damage from the Electro Cube. Or perhaps both of them will have the same idea and move on to Ishtaha and Zhongli respectively. It's anyone's game when it comes to aggro like this. It is quite literally down to the heart of the cards. Plays a Wagner. Wagner's draws. Engulfing Lightning. That is not the card you want to see. You want to see Primordial Jadewing Spear. But you do see Decorous Harmony, Yunjin's talent coming up from Millennial Pearl Seahorse's draw. Meanwhile, for ramping, SS immediately switches to Ashtaha after apparently thinking that it's safe to switch it off. I would never switch off if it was me, of course, but maybe switching to Ashtaha has some damage spawn bunch benefits. Whatever that benefit is, we'll have to see. Perhaps it's to utilize the power of Ashtaha's talent, but we see that Primordial Jadewing Spear show up in Silky's hand. Oh, perhaps Estes is trying to defeat that Yunjin with the Ashtaha before things get too out of control, perhaps. Still, Silky has some routes here that may involve another usage of the Millennial Pearl Seahorse, but I think the obvious choice would be to immediately switch to a spear user and just spear them to death. I believe switching to Zhongli there was a tactical swap stall, perhaps? Waiting for Ishtaha to do the move. Yep, changing ships. Goes out to Yunjin. Yunjin now has 4 actions available. SS finally piggybacks off to Bennett. Silky tunes away the Engulfing Lightning for another Geo usable, equips the Primordial Jadewing Spear, and is going to prepare the opening Flourish. Passion Overload comes in, and Yunjin takes 1 damage. That is not going to be enough, because Yunjin did not use an actual skill to deal damage. The parametric does not activate due from her actions, which is going to be rough, because that means that SS can only farm the parametric using Bennett's own abilities. Yunjin could probably consider another Flourish. Possibly. But after that, what's next? Because SS has 2 actions, and after Yunjin defeats the Bennett, someone else will swoop in and take out the Yunjin. And if Yunjin is defeated, the entire strategy fails. Silky is thinking a lot and decides to abandon the Yunjin and go back to Seahorse. It is quite possible that Silky sees that SS has a limited number of dice left and and decides to swap stall to bait it out. After all, Yunjin has never really lacked for dice. Yep, that is the last action for SS. And now it is time for the Yunjin onslaught. If SS survives this, it would be quite something indeed. Oh, I see how it is. That board princess play is to reduce the number of cards in hand, so that when the number of cards is 0, Decorous Harmony activates and makes Yunjin deal an extra 2 damage. Here decides to switch to the Electro Cube because Cube has a revive. And unfortunately, due to the Yunjin nurse, after she's been dominating the casual scene for too long, Silky is now out of effects. Right, it is now the next round, and SS, who has survived, now has to figure out a way to shut down that Yunjin. And Silky also has to figure out a way to deal with the Electro Cube's pesky revive, because that is 2 hits. And right now, Yunjin only needs 1 hit to be taken down. Yep. It is now a damage sponge battle between Zhongli and Ashtaha. Ashtaha decides to play the Age talent as is typical. Back to Zhongli, who with not much usable left in hand will have to decide what to do. Tunes 2. Dominus Lapidus Striking Zone. Plays a Stone Steel and creates a shield of 2. I do not believe this is correct. In fact, I think this is positively actually not that great. Normal attacks. That's going to spend another of Yunjin's Flying Cloud Frag formation. It's probably quite alright considering that the Electro Cube is at such low HP that maybe a little that you do not actually need Yunjin turret damage to actually defeat them. Right, here comes the rock, paper, scissors. No, it's only a normal attack. Because SS was out of dice. And now it's time for Silky to act. SS obtaining a good dice tray with 5 Omni and 1 Geo. and now has to figure out how to use this in a way that makes them not die. After all, Bennett's inspiration field is now over, while Yunjin's flying cloud frag formation is still one stack left. I believe a possible course of action here is to simply normal attack with Zhongli. After that, Zhongli will have access to Planet Befall, which will petrify a character if not outright defeat them. Yes, indeed, and Zhongli did indeed go for the normal attack. Apparently that did not cause a flying cloud frag formation. I forgot what this effect does, it has been so long. Electrocube does a normal attack because the rock paper scissors will do nothing in this position. Silky now has several different ways to defeat this cur that dares to trespass upon the domain of the Geo Archon, but also has to be careful because Aishdaha can defeat every single remaining character in one hit. As well as all three of them have aura, so Aishdaha will obtain dice as well as a crystallized shield from them. I believe the correct choice may be to Planet Befall here, Turn 2, after Aishdaha acts. Aishdaha can only act by either normal attack or elemental skill. If normal attack, then... oh, that doesn't work anymore. Yeah. I think that's a fatal misplay. Cause now, after switching to Seahorse, now you have nothing to do. You cannot tune your cards to make use of Flying Cloud Black Formation, and Aishdaha now has 4 HP going up against Yunjin. Now, there's still a way that Silky can clinch back from this. That is, after the Stone Steel deals damage, now there's 4 cards in Silky's hand. Silky has to get rid of all of them to destroy the Aishdaha and end up winning the game. And Silky does it by removing all cards from the hand and taking down Aishdaha. That will be the end of Game 3 and Silky is the winner. Well, that was certainly exciting. With the end using Yunjin's Flying Cloud Flag Formation's final stack, Silky is able to clinch a win against Estes' Bennett Cube Aishdaha. That means that Silky will be heading on towards the finals, where he will be facing off against the winner of the winner of Dividia and Unluck. Right, and with that, I believe it is now appropriate for us to take a proper break. Let us be reunited soon enough. Hello and welcome back to the Europe 5.4 Majors. If you're new here, welcome. We have a lot of exciting activities such as this in discord.gg/GITCG. You're welcome to join our Discord server or any of our socials. The links will be shown during some breaks. Now, as for where we left off during the first match of the semifinals where Silky won 2-1 against SS in a very exciting match between Yunjin Agro versus Bennett Cube Ejdaha. And coming up next, we'll be seeing Unluck versus versus Dividia. Indeed. I believe unluck we have shown before, but we'll be showing it again. Right, for unluck, the decks played by unluck are Mirror Maiden Sayu Chongyun, Xinjiang Beatdown, and Sino Crab. While on the other hand, fighting against unluck is Dividia, who is playing Sino Crab, Yae, Guardian of Epep's Oasis, and Bennett Cube. Right, so I believe we have not seen one of these decks before, and that is, well, we have not seen two of these decks in action because Xinjiang Beatstake always got banned or it wasn't used, and Yae and Guardian of Apep's Oasis is kind of a big new addition. Ah, right. It's because Dividia played Guardian of Apep's Oasis during Game 1 against Epitel, which wasn't streamed. Which means we have not seen how that deck played out yet. Quite an enigma, that thing. From what I can tell, Guardian of Apep's Oasis inserts 5 of its babies into the deck, while Consecrated Flying Serpent inserts 6 Consecrated Energy Block into the deck, and Consecrated Energy Block can be used to discard Apep's babies to unleash its effect. Right, and that's enough about that. We'll be heading into the in-game cam. The players are now ready for bans, and the game will begin after the bans. Right, the ban is Dividia banning unlocks Xinjiang Beatdown, while unlock bans Dividia's Bennett Cube. Right, I have to keep track of that. Therefore, we are likely to be seeing Guardian of Apep's Oasis being played. Congratulations, everyone. We will be seeing the might of Apep. If players are ready, they shall soon be. We will now be moving on to Game 1. Meanwhile, right. Let's see what YouTube chat has been doing. Hello people, hello Kobe, hello Bonnie, hello Evelyn, hello Delfinder, hello Lucky Star, hello Liel. A lot of GITCG Discord peeps here today. Senin, hello, hello. Hello Chaos Spear, hello Solaris, hello Master H2O. I believe I've seen you in like some tournaments somewhere. Hello, hello. Corey! Ah. And it is unfortunate, but... Right, Game 1 shall now begin. And it is with Crab versus Apep. Truly two powerhouses. Crab excels at making shields for itself, making a quite solid playstyle that can snap into an aggressive playstyle at the snap of a button as Sino comes out and sweeps everyone. While Guardian of Apep's Oasis, after four of its babies have been sacrificed, it will enter its awakened form, obtains the Heart of Oasis, and gains a whopping +3 attack. Let's see whether the Guardian of the Oasis or the Lord of the Underwater, which one will take it in the end. Right, we now begin round 1 with Apep immediately using the talent and countdown into a Libin in hand. Dividia is likely looking to use Sesho Sakura, but with that Libin in hand, he is not so sure. Let's see what is going to be played right now. Instead, plays Liyue Harbor Wharf. It is a card that allows you to draw 2 cards at the end phase. I have not seen that card in ages. What is it doing here? Perhaps it is because Apep needs so much draw power that even Liyue Harbor Wharf is worth slotting into the deck. Meanwhile, Unlock is also doing some massive draws on their own, running Countdown into another Strategize, with 4 Omni remaining. I would love to see a Toma skill after that Crab talent. Yep, so now Crab's at 9 shield. Steady building up. Right, end of turn, and now Dividia starts first as round 2. Unlock not rolling so good with that 1 Pyro, 1 Electro, 1 Omni. Gonna need to do some massive tuning to get out of that. Dividia has collected one of Pep's babies and is now counting 1 out of 4. When Pep's counter reaches 4, he'll enter the awakening form. Also, the energy block gives Dividia 1 elemental dice of the character's element. Now with 3 Electro, there's no way you do not do the elemental skill right now. Contemplating, and then finally playing Chef Mao twice, and into running Puff Pops. Now, whenever Dividia draws a generated card, Yae will heal HP. That's 1 generated card. The Apep Babies was not originally in the deck, so Yae heals 1 HP. Applies the Sesho Sakura. Unfortunately, since you can only play 1 energy block per turn, Dividia cannot use another energy block to discard the babies. Let's see what the game plan is right now. Tunes 1. Tunes possibly a tune 3 into another skill. Tune 2. Tune 3. Yes, here comes the skill. Now Yae's Special Sakura will deal 2 electro damage twice. Alongside that is Apep's Baby dealing 1 dendro damage, creating a guaranteed quicken. Switches to the tank, the crab. We'll have to see how crab handles this damage. Dividia plays a Cuckoosaur. This is the first time we've seen a Cuckoosaur get played, and it appears to be used to slide onto the Apep, and Cuckoosaur discards the baby instead of the energy block, and then immediately swift glides all over to the flying serpent in order to get out of harm's way, as well as the end phase damage triggers due to Apep's talent. Instead of 1 dendro damage, Apep's babies deal 2 dendro damage instead. And since Apep's talent was played, there's 9 Apep babies in the deck, of which 3 has already been drawn out. It is looking to be a fast awakening for Guardian of Apep's Oasis. Meanwhile, Unlock has drawn Tewat Friday. It is going to come in handy when Sino inevitably gets destroyed. But oh, look at this, Crimson Oyuroi. And now Toma has an ability that allows shields to be generated on normal attacks, as well as coordinated pyro damage. That is what Sino absolutely loves, because that means he can force anything to overload. Now, Dividia has several options when faced with having Flying Serpent on field. I think the most plausible option would be to just Ooh, that dice is not favoring Dividia right now. However, it is a possibility to do Bone Crushers, and then which would discard the Countdown, because that's the high cost card. Countdown's effect places Countdown 2 on top of the deck, and then do Scrolling Scroll, draws back the Countdown 2 into hand, using the reduced cost of Countdown 2 to use up all that rainbow dice and make all the other rainbow dice Omni. That is absolutely smart of Dividia. Anyway, Sino comes out and immediately overloads away that Flying Serpent using the skill, so the Crimson Oyuroi doesn't activate. Ooh, that's rough. Now with 2 babies in hand and 1 energy block, but you cannot use the energy block this turn, so what do? Will you Swift Glide over again? Because Cuckoosaur's ability also allows it to discard. And perhaps that crab, which has been marked as prey, will... I don't know. I actually have forgotten Cuckoosaur's effect. Anyway, since DVD is now... Ooh. Glides over to a pip. It does not discard because that's not how it works here. Anyway, Pep's now going to get their torso handed to them by a very angry Sino. Perhaps, or not. Who knows? Tunes away one copy of the Millilith and then switches to Crab, possibly looking to go back to Sino at some point, considering the double electro. Yes, only using the Crab as a shield from the Pep's attack. Discards due to Kukusor's effect and goes on to Yae. Now here's the problem here. Kukusor doesn't... Never mind. Instead, going for just hard playing the babies. Due to hard playing the babies, you have to pay the cost, which might make it not worth it for some people, but since Crab's shield has been broken, I would say it is rather worth it, in fact. And it appears that Unluck has not obtained any semblance of a quick swap yet, which could be a problem because now Sino isn't safe from Yae's bullying. Let's see. Unluck has several options here, but I don't know if I like any of them. Cause if you go into Sino and smack away the Yae, then a Pep comes out and Sino is defeated. If you stay on Crab, then Crab just gets defeated itself. Plays decides to grab Countdown and gets the quick swap that Unluck's been wanting for so long. Right, quick swaps to Sino. And now, I think this is possibly a normal attack, so that the Pyro can be placed on a Pep's Oasis, and after that it's going to force overload onto the Apep. Unlocked running down the timer after the quick swap, as if unsure of what to do. Decides to play the fresh win just to be sure. Runs Pyro-Res and immediately defeats Yaemiko. And now he has the next reaction. The normal attack is obviously recommended because that means that Dividia will have to bounce off of a Pep, but I forgot. I think Kukusor has a fast swap ability. Oh, instead decides. Oh yeah, that's the normal attack. I misread the name. Huh. Regardless, Dividia is now on the Flying Serpent. Energy block, discard the baby. And now, what can Dividia do? Skull draws into. Is that Surfing Buddy? Oh my god. It's Surfing Buddy, isn't it? Slow swaps onto a Pip. Due to the Serpent talent, a Pip gains 1 Dendro dice. And now it's time to start veiling. Pop-Pops gets back 2 more dice. Strike of the Dispasses, normal attack. It just deals 5 damage. And another 5 damage would be able to defeat the crab. The problem is what comes after that. Draws into a Pip's babies. And now I think you can safely switch to the Serpent. Because unless Unluck somehow running Serene or something, there's absolutely no way to defeat both Apep and the Serpent at the same time. And if Dividia switches to Serpent, then Sino will have no choice but to defeat him. Oh, prepares the Swift Glide so that Cuckoo Sword. No, Cuckoo Sword doesn't work anymore, it's discarded, but the idea is still there. Unluck, gaining 4 Electro Dice. Starting first, is able to defeat the Flying Serpent, but unfortunately I do not think that it is able to. There's any way to defeat that Apex Oasis now. Ooh, Terror Friday. Does that matter? I do not think so. And also, I think you revived the wrong guy. That crab's basically useless now after all. It's 1 HP and it does nothing except be a meat shield. And if you want a meat shield, I think you just get Toma? Oh no, uses the crab's subpar normal attack damage to ensure that the Serpent is not defeated. That way, Dividia will have no choice but to slow swap to a Pip. Eats Hot Spring O'Clock. Oh! Uses the Hot Spring Buddy to take care of the crab. And then, with enough die to spare, that is a bird for game. Congratulations, Dividia, on winning game 1. Unfortunately, that means that's the last we'll see of Guardian of Apocalypse Oasis on this match. We'll be hoping for Dividius entering the finals to be seeing it again. Absolutely marvelous that, well, I can see some misplays coming from Unluck's part, but also Unluck's dice is rather unlucky to start with, and to be frank, there's not much you can do once Guardian of Apocalypse Oasis starts to awaken. And really, it's just one thing after another at that point. It's just an unfortunate thing, really. Right. Anyway, after that, TVT's only remaining deck left will be, God forbid, Emperor of Fire and Iron, Toma, and Sino. And Unluck has both decks remaining, which is Crab and Mirror Maiden Sayu Chongyun. I see how it is. I see how it is. God. Well, we are now waiting for the players to begin game 2. It's a 50-50 between Crab and Mirror Maiden Sayu Chongyun, and the game has now begun, and it is versus Mirror Maiden Sayu Chongyun. Thank God I do not have to bring out that entry of the gladiators again. Right. Mirror Maiden to start versus Crab to start. Of course, this is typical of Mirror Maiden versus Crab, as we've seen once or twice before in this night. Begins with the countdown, likely looking to full ramp. But the cards in hand do not seem to be facilitating that very well. Please strategize once. Timaeus comes out. And that's 2 dice floating that I have no idea what to do with. That will be Golden Truth's reward onto Chongyun. Another strategize. And now it's 1 floating. Well, 1 floating is tolerable, but that hand size, you have 9 cards in hand. You could either discard 1 or one of your pieces will be discarded. Yep, decides to float 1 and pass. And now it's Crab's turn to ramp. Round 1 is never really intriguing between these two. It's just, how do you play your cards? And that's it. That being said, I would urge the Vidya to hurry that Crab up. And indeed it does, with Crab and Sino equipping two shield artifacts going into round 2. Crab wielding the Tenacity at the middle list to gain dice from taking the damage. Right, the tax has been applied on Crab. Fun. Now Crab has to spend more dice to switch off, though you cannot be particularly sure if Dividia wants that. That being said, Dividia has not obtained Crab's talent yet, which would come in handy right now, considering that Unluck's probably switching to Sayu soon. Doubling up on the Opera Eclipse and places down the Dawn Winery. It is now time for the swap stall lifestyle. As is typical of Crab players, they run 2 Dawn Winery in their decks, which means that they can swap around as they please. The double free swap per round is... God, does anyone remember when Dawn Winery only gave 1 free swap per round? Man, that era was so bad. Unlock running Dungeon Sword into Timaeus draws the Quarina and draws the Dungeon Sword again. This Dungeon Sword will probably have to wait until next round, but the problem now is the hand size. If you don't do something, you're just gonna get flooded. So Unlock has to find plays right here, right now. Right, Toma got out, and then Chongyun immediately smacks him and creates the Shonghu Frost Field. Let's see what Dividia does next. With 2 dice remaining, it is quite possible that the other shield artifact will come down at some point. Unless if it's Tenacity at the minute, in which case that isn't exactly possible. Oh, there's the other shield artifact. General Sunshine Home is placed. Right, and we're off to the next round. It is now round 3, and Dividia starts first. Right, Dividia with all 3 characters shielded means that Crab is going to start gaining shield accuracy. Meanwhile, Unlock with a lot of animal on their side and so many cards that generate dice that Sayu is gonna be spinning like hell today. This round is probably the deciding factor to who wins and who loses this round. And if Unlock wins, well, I'll have to prepare the gladiators. That being said, I think I'm cheering for Unlock today. That Crab's still in its infancy, and I think that Sayu can clinch it if given the chance. Oops, Sino came out. Yep, ooh, switches back to Mirror Maiden. And now Sino should maybe consider an elemental skill. Just get the stacks faster, and then when Sayu comes out, Sino can handle the Sayu, no problem. Maybe. Well, it won't happen if Sayu starts rolling right now, which I still think Unluck should do. Cause damn, that's a lot of cards in hand. Unluck on Mirror Maiden decides to tune away the Sayu talent because let's be fair, you already have enough hand as is. Fast swaps, and Crab has Hydro Aura and is exposed. Sayu now rolls straight onto the Hydro Aura and gains a Hydro attack on follow-up. Draws a Wolf's Gravestone. That is gonna be huge. Switches out to Sino. Because Sayu cannot roll while she has Pyro Aura on, has to switch off and let Sino hit into the blank Mirror Maiden. And now, Sayu can come back on and start doing the magic things. Anyway, without any way to do any more actions, Dividia decides to cut losses by going on to Toma. Because Toma has no auras, right? Anyway, Toma has no aura right now, so Sayu will either be forced to normal attack or something similar to apply. No, Sayu doesn't want to. I see, the Fuin dash is to make sure that Dividia is unable to do anything else. Because if Sayu normal attacks, that will defeat the Toma, and there's a chance that Sino could come out, then play I Haven't Lost Yet, and then snipe Sayu from orbit. But here we are, with Sayu completely free to roam. Almost playing out the entire hand, and has like 5 cards in hand. This is going to hurt. And draws a copy of the Sayu talent at the right time. Wow, that is some luck. Sunyata Flower into Timmy and Atea. Atea does nothing in this deck, so it's tune fodder. Heck, I'm not even sure on playing the Timmy down, but I guess it will come back when you need it most. And the fast swap top deck, gee, this luck. Has he finally managed to wrinkle luck into his favor Unluck has now drawn out the right cards to continue pursuing the crab and its dastardly friend Sino. But here's the problem. Unluck does not know if Dividia has fast swap or not, and Dividia is trying to take advantage of that fact by feinting a fast swap to Sino. Sayu is unable to take that risk. So instead switches to Chongyun. That way, Chongyun can come out and reapply the Chonghua Frost Field again. And then what? And then possibly an elemental skill to freeze the crab and maybe force Dividia back onto the Sino. Instead, Dividia X and switches to Toma to take the brunt of Chongyun's attack. Instead, Unluck switches to Mirror Maiden. Huh. I'm not sure what to make about that. Anyway, apparently scared of the Mirror Maiden, Dividia switches back off to the crab. Dividia switches back to Toma, doing some swap stalling techniques. Every single swap in the swap stall is generally calculated, but it can look rather annoying regardless. Unluck switches back to Mirror Maiden, probably to ensure that if Toma does attack, then Unluck will start with Sayu for the next round. All of the Dawn Wineries are spent, which means that Dividia cannot simply do that and then switch with no dice to Sino. That's not gonna happen. Goes back to Mirror Maiden again, probably trying to absorb as much damage from the Toma as humanly possible. But here comes the crab once more. That frozen crab with a tank on it is certainly a bother for our Sayu here. Still, the further Unluck delays, the more possibility of Dividia actually having a fast swap in hand. So Unluck has to hurry. Right, at the start of the round, Mirror Maiden can probably yep, apply tax so that the switches for Dividia will be more painful now. Except, of course, I'm pretty sure Dividia does not plan to switch. With the crab talent finally on hand, Dividia can... Never mind. Switches to Toma for the sacrificial play. As in literal sacrifice, not any sacrificial weapons. In fact, there are no sacrificial spears, so this joke doesn't work. Mirror Maiden normal attacks and takes out the Toma, finally. And now it's a Towering Crab with 11 dice and 17 shield against the peasants. Plays the crab talent, cleanses the aura, uses the arcane legend to remove the Mirror Maiden's ultimate elemental burst. There's not much Unluck can do here. Either way, it's a sacrifice play. In fact, I'm positively unsure of the reason for that arcane legend, but I can see why. It's a pretty big chunk of damage from the Mirror Maiden, even though Sayu's hitting what, 4-5, 4-5. I just don't see it right now. Liben Pass! What? That's not it. Liben Pass is not it. Come on, reconsider. No! What is this? No. Anyway, Mirror Maiden has been completely struck down, and after Dividia switches to Sino and then maybe normal attack twice, that will be the end of Unluck. And that's GG's. Unluck loses game 2 and Dividia wins 2-0. God, that was a pain. Maybe I should not rely on God so often, because after all, this match has shown that there is no God in this world. Regardless, Dividia has triumphed against Unluck 2-0 and will be facing off against Silky in the finals. Congratulations to both of them, and for the two players who will be going back home with the top 4 reward of 500 Pita coins, don't worry, there's still next time in like 3 versions. Probably. If we don't go anywhere first. I mean, we're not gonna go anywhere, right guys? Right, and let us go back and review the bracket again. Once again, Unluck has been defeated. Dividia goes into the finals, and Max Estes have been defeated. So in the end, it is Silky versus Dividia. I'll be taking a very short break before we move on to the finals. Meanwhile, please check out our socials. Alright, welcome back. And we are now here for the finals of the EU 5.4 version majors. It has been a ride, huh? Ah, so many crabs. My god, so many crabs. Anyway, we'll now be looking at the player cards of the final two players. Wait a second. So, yep. Surprisingly, they're all players we've been familiarized with. Dividia with the Pip, Grab, and Bennett Cube, and Silky with Nahida Electrocharge, Sinyan Beatdown, and Yunjin Aggro. Honestly, seems to be a very colorful cast, and none of the decks repeat. Woohoo! No mirrors today, baby. That is going to be fun. Gee, let me try a little something. So the poll, who will win the finals? Silky and Dividia. Go vote now on the YouTube poll. It is now time for the betting. I'll give it a time until the players are ready. If you ask me though, I'm just here for a good time. We are currently waiting for the players to join their world. In the meantime, I will go perfect my masterpiece. Ho, 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 ho. Let's see. This brush. Bigger. I need to. Yep. Something like this. Yes, that is very perfect. Oh, they're ready already. That was fast. Alright. We will be switching off to the in-game view. Right, these are the final contestants. It is Dividia versus Silky. I have to replace this. The bans are in. Crab is banned, and Nahida Electrocharge is banned. So what remains? What remains is Dividia having Yaimiko, Abepsoisis, and Flying Serpent, as well as Bennett Ashtaha Electro-Hypostasis, while Silky has remaining Xinyan Cryo-Hypostasis, Thunder Manifestation, as well as Millennial Pearl Seahorse, Zhongli, and Yunjin. We have not seen Xinyan play a single time during this tournament, So the finals will be her debut in the tournament scene. Of course, because we haven't. Alright. The players will now be ready to play the first game. Good luck, have fun, and this is the final battle. Right. The first match will be Xinjiang Beatdown against the Pepsi Oasis. We'll have to see how this goes because I'll be honest, I have not seen how Xinjiang Beatdown works when played against somebody that isn't me. Because I ran Ganyusurikon that one time, and it did not reflect the rest of the meta at all.
Do you want to become a software engineer?
Right, Xinjiang Sword and Flying Serpent start. That is interesting. Perhaps Xinjiang's damage output is enough that you would consider putting out damage to your damage sponge ahead of time. Damn. Okay, this should work. Right. Xinjiang is equipping everything as is typical, and now playing Rocking in the Flaming World, Xinjiang's talent, which allows her to do a lot more damage than usual. Right, meanwhile, Dividia plays Lumen Stone at Juvent twice. Plays the talent, Arcane Legend, and then plays the Apep talent that is drawn from the Arcane Legend. The first Lumen Stone pops and draws Countdown. Then plays Strategize, draws 2, and the second Lumen Stone pops. Play Slip In and pass. Silky now has the entire playing field to themselves and can do a normal attack into an elemental skill or elemental burst. Decides to go for the elemental burst for the -2 piercing damage to all standby characters. And then the in-phase effect applies 1 pyro damage. I am afraid that Guardian of Apep's Oasis might not be built to withstand the beatdown of Xinjiang. After all, Guardian of Apep's Oasis takes several rounds to activate, and Xinjiang can just beat all of you up in the meantime. That is certainly a rough matchup, my friends. Right, going next. Oh, now in the poll. Dividia has the turn initiative, but what could you do in this situation? Yai's summons are too slow to be worth a thing, but you'd also kind of need Yai's summons for the guaranteed quicken, but also can Yai and Guardian of Apep's Oasis really defeat Xinyan as it is right now. Place energy block, effect to discard the countdown. Countdown is placed on top of the deck. I'm not sure if that's intended or not. Either way, Dividia doesn't have great dice either. The 2 animal dice that could have been used by Flying Serpent is gone, and there's nothing that could be done about that. Now, Xinyan will continue to beat down the opponent. Oops, that's copyrighted. I thought I looped that. Okay, back to the match. Xinyan's finally used an elemental skill, and Yae is honestly out of options as to what to do. He's trying to trigger all those Lumen Zones, perhaps looking for a way out in the deck of cards. Seisho Sakura now at 6 stacks with 2 electro damage, but it is still the Lotus Flower Eclipse defends the damage to a degree, but Xinyan still has one more action left and is decidedly going to use Rift Revolution once more time. So, what can Dividia even do? As you can see on the screen, my friends, Xinyan beatdown is absolutely disgusting when you have no counterplay against it, and especially when you have counterplay against it. It feels like early days Ayamiya, if you catch my drift. Someone should nerf her someday. God. Rift Revolution. There it goes, and Pep's left with 0 stacks. Now 1 stacks. But the babies are not coming. Then face effect, and now a Pep can die from a single normal attack from a Xinyan with 0 hand. Dividia starts first, and it is round 3. Not great dice for Xinyan in particular, for Suki, but decides to use Surfing Buddy to cheat out the Seisho Sakura's trigger ahead of time, and now Xinyan's finally at killing range. The problem with that is after Xinyan's defeated, another terrifying foe will come out in time. And both Cryocube and Thunder Manifestation can absolutely shred Apep as is. Apep could not draw all 4 babies in time and is currently suffering. Yep, decides to do elemental skill to grab the final baby, but is unable to do anything with it until both played babies have been discarded or played. And there comes the lightning, and there comes the Thunder Manifestation, and hits -3 to Lotus. Truly terrifying. Now it is Apep left with only 2 HP against 2 powerhouses with full HP. And that is why Xinyan is absolutely so terrifying. Re-equips with Maiden Beloved. I see how it is. Going to try to do that thing, huh? Going to try to out-heal the Thunder Manifestations damage, because unknowingly to Dividya, Suki is out of usables. But that could all change with the one reroll given by the Favonius Library. Oh, decides to Surfing Buddy, which hits one of the 3 independent Apep babies. Here goes Livestream, -6. Maybe Dividya would have preferred to hit the Seisho Sakura instead, because that 1 HP is not looking good. Strifeful Lightning from Suki, dropping a pep back down to 2. And the end phase damage from Xinyan's burst seals it. Suki takes the first round. Woo! And with Suki taking the first round with Xinyan, that means that's all we'll see of Xinyan this entire stream. Whee! It appears that all of Suki's decks are absurdly fast in its gameplay. Like the Yunjin deck, the Xinyan deck, and lastly the yes, Nahida Electrocharge deck. They are all really fast decks that absolutely close the game on round 3 or so, which is why it is so terrifying to go against aggro sometimes. Like, they'll dish out damage out of Wasu, and before you know it, you're on your last legs. But if you can withstand it, they'll run out of steam eventually. Unless if your name is Xinyan. Xinyan never runs out of steam. With Xinyan taken out of the picture, that means the only deck left that Suki can play is Yunjin aggro. And we'll have to see if Dividya's Guardian of Apep's Oasis can really fend off against Yunjin after completely failing to fight off against Xinyan beatdown. Right, the players have saved the result and are now ready for round 2. Yep, it is Yunjin aggro versus Apep. Let's see if Apep's actually fast enough this time. Last time he was barely too late. Well, I say that lightly because, like, damn, that the damage though. Like, it could almost count as a comeback if it weren't for the fact that the result has been decided from the start. Alright. Suki keeping the countdown and leeway rest. Likely going to do Stormterror's Lair into countdown and leeway rest for the full ramp on first round on the Seahorse. And then after that, it's off to Yunjin you go. Well, except this time, it does not appear that Silky can find the primordial Jadewing Spear unless the mole finds it, or I think what Silky wants is for Countdown to find Wagner and slash or primordial Jadewing Spear. Finds the Jadewing Spear and Gladiator's Triumphus. But with no Wagner to discount, that is going to be rough on the dice economy. On the other hand, it could be a surprise. Because, like, right now, I think you'd wanna place Jadewing Spear. No, you weave Geo, place Jadewing Spear, and then Lyraris. I see, that's how you do it. So that way, and draws into Engulfing Lightning, which is entirely useless now. Unsurprising. Right, and now we have to pay attention to how Dividia does things. It's an place Weeping Willow, the Harbor Wharf, Liben, runs a bunch of runs the artifact and the Flying Serpent's talent, and draws 6 from the Weeping Willow, the Harbor Wharf, and Liben, as well as the other 2 from the natural draw. That is a lot of draws, I must say myself. You can absolutely tell that Dividia is absolutely trying to turbo out the Apep's servants very, very early. That being said, I do not see the Apepis anywhere. I wonder if they're deeper into the deck. It's not good for Dividia, because you really want those babies out as fast as possible. Right, Silky going to Yunjin. Now Dividia has to decide what to do. But when Yunjin's out and about with that Primordial Jadewing Spirit in hand, you really have no idea what to do after that. Right, the Conductor, Wondrous Troop effect, discards the Countdown, making Countdown 2 and placing it on top of the deck. Yunjin's Opening Flourish appears. After this, it's all downhill from here. That being said, Silky does have way too much hand to really use Flying Cloud Flag formation, so right now it's only the Jade Spear carrying. See, if one of the Apep babies were discarded instead, then Surfing Buddy could be played right now and maybe do some things with Quicken and stuff, but that doesn't happen. Hot Spring O'Cock appears. +1 and +1 HP to the character and +1 for every summon. Plays Maiden Beloved really late. And now Luminstone gives back the Countdown 2. What do you do from here? Alright, effect of the energy block. Discards Countdown 2, creates Countdown 1. Are we going to Countdown 0 with this? Are you just memeing now, Dividia? I mean, I get you, but like, that would be funny. The first ever Countdown 0 in the TCG majors. Think about that. Well, that's only if you get there in the first place, because I'm not sure if you're surviving this. Bam, bam, boom. That's normal attack for +4, +2, so now Jade Spear's at +3, which is the maximum we can go, I believe. So after this, it's all hits upon hits upon hits. Gladiator's Rhythm first is spent, so next you equip Gambler's Earrings and go for the burst. Dividia, not wanting to give the Gambler's value, decides to switch to Serpent. Suki not having the talent, but still the +3 is overwhelming. Here comes the Gamblers. That's takes 2 dice and gives 2 back. And Yae will also be defeated, which takes 2 dice and gives 2 back. After that, it's another burst and then into... No, it's a normal attack into another burst. And the pep is gone! Hooray! That is the end of Game 2. And in the end, Suki, with both aggro decks, have completely curb stomped Guardian of a Pep's Oasis and came out as the winner of the Europe 5.4 Majors. Congratulations, Suki. As for Dividia, they will be taking home 800 less PETA coins, but still a very hefty 1000 PETA coins. For reference, 300 PETA coins is a single Welkin, so that is 3 Welkins in total. It's moderate, and it's honest work, to be sure. Right, and that will bring us to the end of this program. How are you feeling, people? Honestly, I'm pretty tired because it's 2 a.m. and first of all, let me congratulate Silky once more for claiming victory in Europe 5.4 Majors, as well as thank everyone else. Thank the staff for organizing the tournament, as I am unavailable a lot of times, so I am thankful that tournament staff is here to keep things running. I am thankful to production staff for making all the graphics, running all the stream schedules, doing all the majors from the past to the present. And I must give myself an applause myself for sticking out with this. It's fine though, it's just an honest day's work. And I must also thank every single duelist who has ever touched Genius Invocation TCG, as well as all of you who have been watching the journey of these duelists in chat. I see you, YouTube chat, and I see the Discord watch party chat as well. Because what is a show without an audience? And that's the end of the show for today. I am Summation, and I bid you farewell.